Hello everyone! How you guys doing? Oh, happy Sunday! It is so exciting. I have my rope on here. Knock you down. There we go. But hello! So finally, Sunday. Again, we have a new overlay. This time I found different overlays, one for Friday Night Horror and one for the Sundays. I had people vote on it on Discord, and these... well, this is the one that won for Sundays, which I quite like. And if you want to know who made it, it is in my channel description. I have like a thing that I called overlays, which links to the creator, who is super, super lovely. But yeah, I hope you like it. I hope it's nice. Katla is here. She's just there instead of in her bed. I don't know why. She sometimes likes to like chill out a little bit higher. It's basically here, looking pissed as always. But Kitty is around. She has a tower that's like it goes like here down. So she's mad looking. But yeah, I am ready to revel and tremble before the gods. We're gonna see like how that's gonna go. I am so excited. I've been so excited all week to play this, and finally we can. So I'm just gonna jump pretty much straight into it because I honestly, personally, cannot wait much longer for like the continuation of the story. Let me just fix my camera here. There we go. There we go. And we need to go like so. So I got myself just a place here at Rajasthan while waiting. I mean, the quest giver is just right there. Click for beautiful Varshan. Hello. So excited that you now have two bodies. They're both very pretty, though I do prefer this one because it's closer to me in height. I don't have to look as high up. Oh! We're getting like a lovely start today. Our first spot has arrived. So we can start with like the banhammer on that. Be ready for some intense flirting. Why? Why flirting? That seems odd. That is definitely different. Oh, Abe, could you be a dear and get rid of Pea Cookies, who is promoting stuff? Now, let's talk to Varshan, and I need to figure out like who's flirting. Varshan's eyes seem to brighten at your arrival. Let me get this here. There we go. Ah, Melicity, as always, your timing is most fortuitous. I wish to share with you news concerning Zero. You will recall that, in exchange for ether, she agreed to aid us in our search for my sister. At the Stoller suggestion, I began providing said ether in the form of food. Zero has found the arrangement to be agreeable, and has been eating steadily. In large part due to that, she claims to have already made a full recovery. If you and the others are ready as well, I will set forth to the void once more. Sounds like a plan. Excellent. I shall inform Mistola and Destinian, and then go to collect my other vessel from the alchemist. In the meantime, might I ask you to fetch Zero? She was absent when I visited her chambers earlier, but I suspect you will find her in the corridor connecting you and Kama. It seems she has grown partial to the view of the city it affords. Once we have attended to our respective tasks, let us gather here. Oh, I know where she is, yeah. I don't remember how to get there, but I do remember like coming across her there. But I came across her at least somewhere, where she was enjoying the view. It was quite nice. I like how the NPCs don't just stay necessarily in one place. Like they make sure to place them in different areas around the cities, kind of making it look like they are living their own life, even though they don't move the entire patch. At least they're not just standing somewhere waiting for me to show up. Like they're in the bathhouse, or they're watching the view, or they're somewhere eating or something. It's nice. There she is. Hello, Zero. Haven't seen you in a bit.
Everyone is so carefree.
There they go. Remembering what set places is actually not.
In spite of their weakness.
Yeah,
and how
it fits
easily
Final
their lives
Fantasy.
could be torn apart in an instant. Such luxuries are lost to us. We have no hopes or dreams, and even the release of death. Only hunger. Others are a means to an end. At times, a literal one. We forge covenants with men and come here to feed. Or to die. I thought it would be no different when I was summoned by Xenos. Lives were tools to him, to be used and discarded at whim. In that respect, he was a void-sent at heart. But towards you, and you alone, he behaved differently. And I cannot fathom why.
We had an interesting relationship.
What was it that drove him? What made him choose such an end? But enough about that man. He is dead and we are all better for it. Why are you here? Was there something you needed?
Oh yeah, we can go back to the Void now. If you like. To find the dragon and stuff. That's what we were gonna do.
So you're heading back now. Then as per our bargain, I will go as well.
I could also bring you here again if you like. You don't have to stay there. I like Zero. She has a very pleasant voice. Yeah, I'll run. Oh, have you guys looked at the new housing items? They're all like based, a lot of them are based on Ratsatan. Like the architecture style here. They're very nice. Super pretty. Don't know if I will use them to decorate, but I might. At least they definitely have a nice view around them. First thing you checked on patch day? Not surprised. It's the same thing I did. Went and looked at a lot of the furnishing and just, well, mostly looked at the furnishing. I couldn't do very much else. I was very limited on patch day. But that's fine. That comes with the territory of streaming. Let me see. Oh, everyone is here. Okay. I've been at the Great Works discussing our experience in the Void with the alchemist. Though they found much of it surprising, they were especially shocked to learn that darkness prevented soul from finding rest. So much ether. I can't remember the last time I felt such fullness. I could get used to this. I can bring you back, you know, you don't have to stay there forever. If you're ready, get to get back to it, then so am I. And Varshan. It's so weird to see him tall like that. But still with like
Everyone
such
is
baby
here?
face.
Good. Let us set forth for the void once more.
What is it?
Vars. Oh. Why are you screaming?
He's calling.
What is the meaning of this?
Unless I'm mistaken, that was intended for one of your kin. Who?
It was for the briefest of moments, but I felt her. Ashdire.
Oh.
I thought she was in the void.
As did I. Yet the presence was unmistakable. Thus did I call out, only for it to fade and vanish.
Perhaps she crossed over to the source, then immediately turned back.
I do not know. Could she have found a way home?
This feels like a trap.
The how of it aside, if she was indeed in the source, there may be clues where she came through that could lead us back to her. Where exactly was it that you felt her presence?
Far to the north. That was all I could discern.
The north, you say? Beyond the bounty? Garlemald?
As good a place to start as any.
That's how we end up going to Garlemald.
My apologies, Zero, but your return to the void will have to wait.
I don't think she minds.
I told you before that I have no reason to go back there. Do as you will.
All right. I presume you wish to stay here in Radzatan until we return.
You've kept me amply fed. I wouldn't be averse to helping you on your search.
If Ashdaya was indeed here, other Voidsent may have made the journey as well.
Could give us information.
Very well. We would welcome your company.
Like she would be like an expert coming with us.
If it's decided, then I'll contact our associates in Garlemald.
The twins is our only associates at Garlemald.
It's me. Still talking everyone's ears off, I trust?
He called Alphino.
Understood. We'll see you there. We're to rendezvous at Tertium.
Tertium? You all are going to want to put on some
We'll
warmer
need to
clothes.
teleport to make it there in time. Can you?
Aye. I know it well from my time as an avatar.
Then it seems we're all set.
If there is nothing else, let us see to our final preparations.
Yes. Varshan is going to need a coat. I don't know if his body can just walk in Garlemald without a coat. I, for one, made myself a proper wintry glamour for our trip into Garlemald because I am not going to be cold. They can show up as they like, but I am not going to be cold. I always feel so sorry for my character, like out in the freezing cold. Sister, was it really you? We have no reason to doubt Vitra. Let us depart for Garlemald as soon as possible. I doubt that they got like the whole dragon through, but they might have gotten a part of her. Or the elemental lords, they've been like snacking on her. Maybe they can like emulate her in a way? It feels like we're walking more into a trap than like actually finding the dragon. No, that was a dragon's roar. Quite a trick, imbuing one's voice with ether. Oh, they imbue their voice with ether? Nice. Astinian is understandably bewildered. By all accounts, Astaya is Goldberg's prisoner. Yet, if he was in the source, it could be that he managed to escape from the void, if only for a fleeting moment. But that is a mere conjecture. If we want the truth, then we must go and find it. Come, let us make the test. Tertium? Tertium? I forget how he says it. Tertium. Our friends are waiting. Let's go meet the twinsies. Did you teleport me with you guys? I haven't changed clothes. I think they teleported me with them. Yep. Thankfully, I get a nice little wintry outfit. At least I'm not gonna be cold. Yestola is dressed. Oh, Varshan has a poncho. Oh, the precious bean. I thought to depart from Ratzatan sooner, but the Yestola insisted I bring warmer clothes. This vessel does not feel cold as such, but they reminded me that so long as I am Varshan, it would be prudent not to appear overly conspicuous. True. Oh. Godly, you're kinda in my way here. No, thank you. People lived in such places, do they? Not that I would presume to know their preference, but it seems uncomfortable. Talking about Katla. Let's also make sure she is nice and toasty. And everyone is gonna be in their winter outfits for now. I trust you know the associates who will be joining us. Hopefully they have been keeping well. They've been talking everybody's ears off, but sure they have. But Alistair is still gonna be wearing pink, which I think is a crime.
Any moment now.
My friends, 'tis good to see you again.
Good to see you too, Alfie.
And you. I was worried that the cold wouldn't agree with you, but you're both looking quite well.
You get used to it. It helps that there's no shortage of fuel and heaters like before.
Glad to hear it. Have you been working in Garlemald all this time?
Is extremely quiet around
We
them.
have. Though the worst is behind them, the people still have a long road ahead.
There's no music. There's an echo.
With the nation in ruins and the leadership void yet to be filled, there remains a lack of direction, a pervasive sense of aimlessness and worry.
Still, everyone wants to make things better. And we're here to help. A lot of Garleans wanted nothing to do with us, but they're starting to come round. Slowly, but surely.
It sounds like quite the undertaking.
Indeed, it has not been easy. But we've been able to make progress thanks to the cooperation of like-minded souls. The allied nations continue to send supplies, which allow us to meet basic needs such as food and shelter. Meanwhile, Euless and a number of soldiers have begun a restoration initiative, with more and more volunteers joining by the day.
Like Alphino said, they've got a long road ahead of them. But we'll get there together, one step at a time. But enough about events here. What brings you to us? And with new company, besides.
Oh yeah, this is Zero. She's a void sent.
This may take rather a long time to explain, but bear with me.
I do notice Estinian is just wearing his regular armor. Metal gets so cold. He's gonna be so cold. Dude's gonna show up with frostbite at the end of this patch.
The 13th? After traveling to the edge of existence, I thought you'd keep your escapades closer to home for a while. But I suppose there's no stopping you. Not that I'm one to talk, of course.
The heart of an adventurer cannot be denied.
You could have at least invited me too. Surely there was room enough for me and Grahar in the Undersea Vault.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you... No, I thought you were busy isn't gonna... I'm sorry. Don't explain, just apologize.
Oh, it's fine. You can make it up to me on the next one.
Strider thinks he's gonna buy
But
himself
on
a
a more
scarf.
serious note,
The low
are we
price of
sure
several
it's
million
wise to
gills.
keep Xenos' former avatar around?
Well, she's not
I understand
loyal to
how you came
Xenos.
to work together, but nevertheless,
Promise, he's harmless.
You're right to be cautious. I'm a void sent, after all. But do not conflate me with Xenos. To recall my time in his service, it angers me.
is that so? I think we'll get along just fine, you and I.
Of course they're gonna, like, fit together.
Now that we are all caught up, to the matter at hand. As we were about to resume our search in the void, I felt the presence of my sister Ajdaya in the source. Somewhere in the far north, perhaps even here in Galmald. If you have seen or heard anything out of the ordinary, I must know.
As a matter of fact, we may have.
Oh?
In recent days, we have had to contend with a surprising number of voidsent. And not the lesser kind that occasionally manifest, but ones possessed of considerable power.
Okay, so there is a hole somewhere?
You think they might have been summoned? By whom?
We're not sure. But as Euless reminded us, practitioners of a certain traditional Garlean art rely upon void-sent servants. The very same I believe you have mastered.
I've started trying it out,
While
not
there are
mastered.
no known Reapers left in Garlemald, we can't rule out the possibility that some are working in secret.
To summon not one, but several powerful voidsent is no small feat. But if Ajdaya was indeed called from the void...
Then it is likely the same party is responsible. Alternatively, the etheric confluence at the Tower of Babel may have triggered an expansion of natural fissures one could use to cross over. But I think that improbable, if not impossible.
Then we must assume these events have indeed been orchestrated.
Well, summoned or no, we've been trying to track them to their origin. It's the mountains to the east, we think.
Can you guide us there?
I would, but the terrain is too difficult to traverse on foot. Nor is flying an option due to the winds.
too much ground to cover in any case. Is there no way to narrow it down?
What can we then do? Can't fly, can't walk.
There is one place we thought to look first. An isolated village rumored to have once been home to a Reaper Order.
That would indeed make an excellent start, though the question of how to get there remains.
Eulus may be of assistance. Let us return to Camp Broken Glass and consult him.
Oh, yeah, it would actually be really nice to meet Euless again. Yeah, if we can't fly, we can't walk, which means we also probably can't ride there. So, swim through the snow? It's kind of the only thing I can think about. I can do it like so. Shinra says, I'm sure Estinian will at least buy a scarf for the low price of several million gil. I wish I could get Estinian to buy stuff from me. I would be rolling in the gil. Like, I'm slowly making money. I'm just very lazy with making things, so I'm not making a lot of money, not very quickly, but if I could get Estinian to shop from me, it would be so nice. Dude, you have to be cold. I knew the twins wouldn't disappoint. Of course not. I had tempered my hopes, but thanks to Alfino and Alice, we might yet learn something of Astaya. Nothing appears to be out of the ordinary here at the camp. Let us see what we find at this village. We have Alfie. I expect it's been a while since you spoke with Julius. You'll be glad to see you. The people here struggle to survive as it is. The last thing they need is for Garlemald to be overrun with Voidsent. A village of Voidsent users. Lest you think I have a feeling on this, I don't. What others do is not my concern. Sure. I think she cares more than she lets on. Oh, Melicity! What a welcome surprise! And I see you're traveling with a large crew, as usual. Not to suggest that that's an inconvenience for us. We would be happy to share our supply with you and your allies, should you require any. Thank you, though it sounds like it is an inconvenience. Apologies if we interrupt, Julius, but there is a matter we wish to discuss. Well, we've just finished our routine briefing, so you come at a good time. Is this about the Voidsent? It is. From what we can discern, they're coming from the mountains to the east. Practitioners of the Reaper art once lived in that area, did they not? Yes, they had a village there in the Lapis Manalis cavern. The scythe-wielding force packed with Voidsent and took to the battle with being at their side. For a time, they played an invaluable role in our military, but the advent of Magitech saw them fall out of favor. And when some were unmasked as insurrectionists, the order was outlawed. The village is believed to be long abandoned. Speaking of their art, it seems you've picked it up. Who was it that taught you? Well, I suppose it's neither here nor there now. Yeah. I don't want to tell you, because I don't remember. It's a guy in Ulta. That's my memory. I opened it. I've done like the initial quest and nothing more. My sister has been taken captive by Voidsent. I sense a presence in this land and have come in search for her. If Voidsent have been sighted here, then I believe there is a connection. We should like to investigate these caverns you mentioned, but Alfino tells us they are not easily reached. I'm afraid so. Deep snow, tumultuous wind rule out walking and flying. If you want to get anywhere, you're going to need a Magitech snowcraft. Alas, the last remaining functional one we had has broken down. It should still be over in Cerulean Ingens, where it was abandoned. Is there anyone who can fix it? Sid. We need Sid. Perhaps the former engineers at Tappersten? Their duty include transporting cerulean tanks to Juturna Platform G using snowcraft. I expect they had to maintain a few over the years. Why have you not gone talking to them? That's worth looking into, I would say. In the course of delivering provisions, I've come to know the people there quite well. If they can help us, I'm sure they will. Like, should we not already be working pretty close with them? So, if something breaks down, shouldn't we just have gone and like, hey, you know how to fix this? Why leave the thing out there? May I ask you to accompany her? Given the presence of the Voidsent, it's best that we avoid traveling alone. Sure. In the meantime, will you not tell me more about the mountains? I would like to learn as much as I can before commencing our search in earnest. Come with me. I'll introduce you to someone who is well versed in local geography. Alice, was it? I was to speak with you. In that case, why don't you come with us to Tappersten? We can chat on the way. They're gonna become best buddies. Alfie, you should be afraid. Very afraid. I shall go and brief the contingent on the Voidsent issue, that they too may be prepared. Oh, look at this. We have another Lala who's doing the quest line. They are a bard. Oh, look at their weapon. It's like it's made out of ice. Very cute. They are very cute. Anyway, let's get going. It's nice being here again, and this time it's not in a horrifying state with a radio talking to people and potentially possessing them, which is nice. See, you guys have stopped. If you want to eavesdrop, be my guest. It doesn't matter to me. I am traveling with you. What do you expect me to do? Not here? Like, canonically, we're supposed to be walking all together.
What was it you wished to talk about?
Why do you help these people? What is it that you stand to gain?
I'm sorry?
She's like that.
You don't act on behalf of a higher power, nor are you bound by a contract. In spite of this, you help them. Why?
And there I thought it was something serious.
Trust me, to the voice
I
and
help
this is
them
serious.
because I want to. Because it's the right thing to do.
But what do you stand to gain? You didn't answer the question.
Didn't I? I followed my heart. What I got out of it came after. Was there anything else? If not, let's keep moving.
Right.
You probably want to explain this a little bit better to Zero.
To act not out of obligation or in pursuit of gain. To simply live. And they survive like this.
It's all very chaotic, but it works. She's having, like, imagine the cultural shock she's facing. It's quite sweet. We should get back to it, but before we do... Are you alright, Zero? Did I say something that confused or upset you? No, I'm simply trying to understand your perspective. If you wish to continue, I'm ready and able. Well, that's a relief. This isn't the sort of place you want to mull over things. There's not much further to Taperstan. I doubt we'll have much trouble finding an engineer when we arrive. So let's speak with the first one we spot. I'm still surprised they still live in this cave. Would you people not like to move to houses? Like a nice place to, like, anywhere. Now that it seems the world is not about to end after all, at least not anytime soon, more and more of us have decided to return to our homelands. I am planning to be the last one to leave, like a captain staying with his ship, as the saying goes. Or was it sinking? In any case, I'm not going anywhere just yet. You should all leave the cave at least. Because it's the right thing to do. Oh, Alice, you've really confused her now. This one is one of the engineers, I think. Wait, I know you. You're the one who roughed up the guards. Ah, rough up a lot of people. You're gonna have to be a little bit more specific. After you left, your contingent friends came along. Our lives are a lot easier now, thanks to them. They understood our plight and offered to help, whether we wanted to stay here or return home. For that, we're truly grateful. We're grateful to you, too, Alice. The trip across the lake is hardly pleasant, but you make it all the same to bring us provisions. Oh, don't mention it. We're just glad we can help. That said, we were actually hoping to ask a favor of you today. We need a Magitech snowcraft repaired, the one abandoned in Cerulean Ingens. We were told you might be up to the task. Ah, so you want to ride the mammoth? The mammoth? That's what we took calling the craft on account of their size. As often as I use them on rigs, I know a thing or two about their maintenance. I'll see if I can get your mammoth roaring again. It's the least I can do to repay your kindness. Wonderful. Please come with us back to Camp Broken Glass, and we'll take it from there. So far, so good, Melicity. Let us be on our way. Yeah. Oh dear. Oh, you look very cold. That's definitely not an attire for this zone at all. She's gonna freeze her toes off in those slippers. Poor thing. I always prefer to dress my character up based on the area. I wish I had, like, I know now we have way we can, like, automatically pick up an umbrella if it's raining in some zones. But I would really like if I could change my glamour, like automatically it would change my glamour to my raining glamour, because I have a rain suit, which is nice. You mortals are more sensitive to the cold than I realized. My body is made differently, so I feel nothing. Do you worry, the mammoth? Don't you worry, the mammoth is in good hands. Thank goodness we were able to find someone to help with the repairs. Is he gonna be voice acted now? Oh, no, I am. Welcome back. I presume this is the engineer who will help us with the craft? Yeah, I know about the new umbrella feature, but I would like that feature for glamour. I'll do everything I can to get her up and running again. But I doubt I'll be able to do so quickly, at least on my own. The mammoth is big and so are his parts. Some strong backs should make the work go faster. You have hours. Nice. You finished learning about the mountain, I take it? Aye, we have solid grasp of the area, as well as the site of the snowcraft. My back is perhaps not as strong as some, but I should be glad to stand guard for Voidsent and other unruly wildlife. Much obliged, miss. Then let's all head over to the mammoth and assess what needs fixing. You go have fun repairing the thing. Can I stay here? It is warmer. They have matters here well in hand, which means we can resume our duties. Would you care to assist us, Melicity? Sure. How about you, Zero? I will assist you as well, as payment for answering my question. It's not a transaction. It's hardly something that demands payment, but we would be glad for your contribution nonetheless. She's very... I love that she searches, she notably went like, wait, what can I use as payment? Like, how can I justify this? At first I didn't know what to make of Zero, but her frankness speaks to me. I like her. I can't say I understand Alice's answer, but depth is a depth. A kindled spirit. Alphino is in need of a helping hand. My thanks again for agreeing to help. The ill-spurred continent brings The ill-spurred contingent brings in shipment of food, medicine, and other necessities by airship. We have yet to deliver a share of supplies to Tertham, and I would appreciate it if one of you could assist us with the task today. I'll do it. Well, Melicity, it looks like you're with me then. Voidsent sighting have been increasing by the day, which is why I had a mind to go out and patrol the Apple Marine. Shall we? Sure. So Zero is gonna go with Alfie. No way that's gonna be a problem. Well, maybe he's gonna be able to explain things a little bit better than Alice, which I guess would be handy. Voidsent were spotted here not long ago. Considering the proximity to camp, broken glass, everyone is understandably concerned. But hopefully not for much longer. You follow this road eastward and I'll have a look to the north. If you should encounter any Voidsent, I won't begrudge you for dispatching them without me. You better not. If they attack me, I'm gonna kill them. Let's go find Voidsent. I'm curious what type has actually been going through. They said, like, bigger and stronger than the regular ones. Oh. Got some gnats. Please step away. Well, the thing is gonna fight us as well. Oh, and Katla is gone. Katla, join me. Oh, I would like to think the wool of this thing has to be so soft. Okay, but you have to die though. Oh, you got a bigger gnat. Hello, bigger gnat. Oh, 2 of them. It's just disgusting, but I'll deal with you. I'm curious, when you go to, like, go through a questline like this, and you go to places like, well, like this, like cold places, or super warm places, do you change your glamour? Or do you just have, like, one outfit you kind of use through everything? You survey your surrounding, but do not spy any errant voidsent. Anything here? No errant voidsent? Okay, I think there's going to be one here because this is like purple. Okay, that's actually that's a big voidsent to come through. Has to be a big portal somewhere. Strider says, if I'm going to be there for a time, like during the MSQ, I'll definitely change. Yeah, I mean, if I'm just popping in, like popping to a zone and then popping out again, I usually don't change. But if I'm like part of a story, doing something there for a while, then I prefer to dress up. But for it, I try to keep, like, own several different outfits. They can fit different climates.
All finished, are we? Good.
It was a big one. There has to be a portal around you somewhere. Or someone is being very active in summoning them. Because I don't think these ones
The cold
manifest.
doesn't let up out here, does it? They've the means to keep everyone warm at Camp Broken Glass and Tertium. But the measures are still only temporary. Subsisting on charity. Dreading the day the sympathy of others is exhausted. It's no way to live. They need lasting safety and security. Though things will never be as they once were. If we can restore a modicum of normalcy to their lives, maybe that will be enough for them to move forward.
I want to get the rebuilding project
If we're
here.
to achieve that, we have to work harder. I have to work harder.
You know, like the Iscardian, like the Iscard Restoration Project and the Dome and Enclave, I would like to get one here. As a way to, like, help move Garlemald forward. Just try not to overdo it, eh?
Oh?
Don't smack me!
Come now. You think I don't know my own limits?
Like, what is that pose?
Still, I appreciate your concern.
It looked for a second there like she was gonna hit me. Please don't do that.
Well, our work here is done. We should be heading back. I hope Alpha No and Zero haven't gotten into any trouble. I cannot imagine how awful it must have been to serve as Xenos' avatar. To not only suffer him, but so much else. She's a fighter, all right. Like you and me.
She is, yeah. Oh, it's a typical Japanese surprise pose. Okay. Like, it looked, to me, it looked like she was winding up to thwack me across the head. Grab me by the ears or something.
Thank you, miss. Thank you.
Why does he only get 2 breads, but the guy beside her gets like a whole basket full of like cheese and apples and stuff? Oh, they're together. Okay. That makes more sense.
This feels strangely familiar.
Maybe before you became a Voidson?
Excuse me, Alphino. My wife, she's come down with a high fever. Do you think you could take a look at her?
Of course. Give me a moment. Zero, may I leave the rest here to you?
Fine by me.
Thank you again for your help. Zero, was it? I take it you're one of Alphino's comrades?
Comrade? We've entered into a cooperative pact, if that's what you mean.
Sort of.
No, nothing so formal. What I mean is, you must know each other well. Be on good terms, enjoy each other's company, that sort of thing.
Then no, he's not my comrade. I have none. Nor will I ever, I think.
He's like visibly confused of like what?
Did I say something odd?
Yes.
No, not at all. On the contrary, it makes sense. When Alphino and the contingent first arrived, we rejected them out of hand. Whatever they may have claimed, they were the enemy. Savages with their savage ways. To accept their help was to admit defeat. But no matter how poorly we treated them, they didn't turn their backs on us. They stayed and listened. That's just the kind of people they are. Makes sense they'd get along with someone like you who tries to push others away.
Get along. I'm upholding my part of the bargain. There's nothing more to it than that.
We didn't make a bargain.
Ah, I'd nearly forgotten why I came. Are you hungry? We all get rations, and considering the work you're doing, you're as good as one of us.
I am running low on ether. Very well.
You're hungry. You're hungry, honey. Did nobody explain to her, like, you have to try to use the words that people use here?
As in step-style dumplings. Butts, they call them.
It's not an apple. I'm so glad it's not an apple.
Never had a dumpling. It's like a kind of bread stuffed with a filling. Meat or vegetables usually, that you bake or steam. We have our own recipes in Garlemald too. My mother liked to make them. My brother and sister always fought over the jam-filled ones.
Aww.
Just think of it as bread, all right?
I did not expect them to animate that.
I should warn you though, they're spicy. Helps them keep longer, I assume. Too much for the children to handle, though.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's nothing like the apples, is it?
Interesting good, or interesting...
I don't know much about taste. Not anymore. But I do feel a sensation in my mouth.
Is that a bad thing?
Not necessarily.
That's enough for me. I've heard it said that spices are more akin to fire than flavors. Perhaps that makes them easier to understand.
Oh, Euless, getting acquainted with Zero, are we?
I suppose I am.
Well, he got
No
awkward
harm in
quickly.
that. Acquaint away.
Ah, everyone is here. Excellent. Thank you all for your hard work. I've just finished up myself. Shall we go and find Estinian?
I'm sure.
Alphino! Alize!
Oh, is he injured? That could be bad. Oh, this time I'm just gonna grab the gold. I'm filling my inventory up. Like, I keep on having to get rid of random food. Like, I try to sell it or I eat it, but this time I'm just gonna grab gold. I have a bad feeling about this. This seems urgent. Well, Sirius, he was wrong. He was out on patrol, so if he's come back early, then something is wrong. This distressed soldier has ill tidings to share with you. Forgive me the interruption, but I come with grave news. A horde of Voidsent are approaching from the mountains to the east. The numbers are beyond anything we've ever seen. We're gonna want to get up there soon. What? Istola and the others. Anyone outside of Tertham is in danger. We must find and bring them all here at once. Can we count on your aid, Zero? Gave you munchies. I've already settled the debt for my question. I'm not obligated to help. What's more, death in this world is absolute. He asked me to put my life on the line. Without suitable payment, I will do no such thing. That's fair. What do we have to offer that might be enough? You're right, Zero. You're not obligated to help, and I wouldn't presume otherwise. Nevertheless, we are in need. Assuming the bus I gave you is worth anything, would you at least be willing to stand watch at this encampment? That way, more of us will be able to go out and see the people to safety. Very well. Unless we come under attack, I'll do no more than to stand watch. I dare say Tertham will be safe enough with Zero here. Let us go and find Stola and the others and assist with the evacuation. Yes, he's not quite into the spirit of how things work here yet. He'll come around eventually. Though it is nice to also have somebody who goes like, wait, you want me to put my life at risk? Come, we need to find our comrades. Why have you taken off your coats? It's no warmer outside just because we're fighting. And it's not like you didn't have your weapons in the other outfits. Tertham will be fine. Julius and his people have weathered far worse. We must make haste to the snowcraft where our friends and the engineer should be. Given their position, they may soon find themselves at the mercy of the Void Sand. If it comes to it, we must prepare for battle. I'm ready, don't you worry. How about you, Melicity? Okay, we will get several cutscenes and battles. That's fine. I am A-okay with that. I am ready to take on whatever is coming. I still think it's amazing they have like streets. That they used to have cars. I would love to see that. Like, see some more of that.
Report. Lost contact. When? Void sent. I'd bet my life on it. Understood. I'll investigate at once. A unit transporting supplies has gone silent en route to Broken Glass. I will go and search for it. Stay here and keep watch. But be ready to answer my call.
Sounds like problems.
If it was Void sent, you'd be a fool to go alone. They'll find you before you find your men, and then they'll devour you as well.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I don't stand a chance, but I can't just abandon them.
I can't repay you for the bread if you're dead. I'll go.
What? No! I couldn't possibly ask you to do that.
I'm far better suited to dealing with Void sent. It makes sense.
Sure.
Or do you mean to say you'd rather I stay here because you can't protect this place on your own?
Ah. Fine. Just don't do anything stupid. Promise me.
Poor guy has to be so confused. He is definitely a strange one. Am I gonna get to play as her?
Damn these demons!
Oh, what the hell is that?
Return to the camp. Now.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I look like...
Kindred, why do you interfere?
I don't even know what that looks like. That weird.
Of course. You sold your soul to feed.
I have taken bread, but my soul is forever mine.
Okay, I do get to play her. What ability... What abilities do we get? I'm sorry, I can't speak today. Looks like a demon called Baphomet. Mix of a goat, human, and a bird. Okay. This is... I'm guessing this is AoE and this is single target? Well... Okay. What's this?
A deal is a deal. I cannot let you pass. More of them. Still more.
Yeah, this is gonna be a problem. Oh, turn around. I need you to die. Thank you. Just don't look at them. We're fine if we don't look at them. Oh, that's a big demon. Ah, this land brims with life, ripe for the harvest. No? No, 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 no. I don't know what you're doing. Oh. Do I wanna... Such insolence. I will not be denied. He's a very optimistic person, this demon thing. Oh, let's move. Move. Move.
Not good.
No, not good at all. You're mine. Shit.
I can't.
Oh. I probably needed to sprint there. Oh, was I meant to lose?
How big must the gate be for their light to come through? Is this it then?
Okay, there's no way
Just
Zero
like
is gonna
that
die.
time. When light still shone upon the world. When the Contra Memoria still raged.
Stand aside if you value your life.
We're only after women and wine. Darkness can take the rest.
You're not taking another step towards that village.
Oh, she was a paladin.
Stupid girl. You were warned.
With the Void Sand are made, they had the power to make Void Sand into crystals. Are they infusing themselves with them then? So they got corrupted.
Gotcha. And now we can get back to our business.
Get up, damn you! Too weak. I need help. Someone, please. The same mistakes, the same ends. Again and again. What should I? What could I have done?
I wonder if we were seeing her.
What?
I?
Who?
If this is how she originally passed away, maybe. Ah!
You. What are you doing here?
Dealing with the Void Sand.
Y'shtola and Estinian had matters well in hand, so we went where we were needed.
Can you stand?
It's a very good contrast, especially if she didn't get help there. She gets it here. We were a little late, but we've come to help you.
All right. I will let it burn. This fire in my breast. Let it burn and rage and guide.
Sounds like a plan. We probably just want to go and deal with this thing. I do like the design of the guy floating on the ball. He's kind of cool. Okay, do it like this.
Thank goodness we're not too late. Can you still fight? Press the attack.
Yes, more mortals come to the slaughter. Oh. Oh, I can't. Oh.
Just warming up.
Ah, now they're part of the battlefield.
My strength is spent.
Okay,
I'll only get in your way.
Chin up. We'll get through this together.
So all I have to do is voice act Andromalius? That's not so bad.
Split up.
Yep. Zero.
Stay sharp.
Okay. For a second there I worried I had accidentally taken whichever she was meant to be in.
Everyone all right?
Everybody's A-okay, Alfie.
Not finished yet.
I will only enjoy draining your ether, watching as the light dims in your eyes.
We must weather this together.
Okay. Here? Nice.
Damn it! I will repay this debt.
I know, I need to spend my lilies. I have a really bad habit of storing them way too long. Okay. You are gonna go first then. So, go to the side, we are fine. Then move. If you would deny me my feast, then be gone, to ashes with you. Oh shit. Do not let them get away. Oh, he's connected to like all of them.
This has gone on long enough.
I would like to go. So.
I will finish it. Now.
Oh, she's gonna limit break.
Let's buy her some time.
And then we're gonna take the black guard down. There's so much stuff. Good job, Zero.
Well done!
No! No! Why won't you die? Please. There we go. Everybody's still alive. As there should be with 2 healers in the group. It would have been really bad if one of us died.
You did well to find me out here.
I mean, you did pretty good in your fighting.
We have Euless to thank for that. He was quite worried when he called.
There would have been more casualties if not for you.
No. If it was not for you and the others,
Well, let's not fuss over details. We should return to Tertium. Can you make it that far?
I think so.
See, it's all fine. She'll get with the program eventually. She just needs a lot of time.
Zero, are you all right?
Well enough. No void scent struck here, did they?
No, and there weren't any more casualties thanks to you.
Oh. What are you doing?
He's helping you.
You'll have no debts to repay, if that's what you're worried about. If anything, I owe you a week's worth of boots.
Name of the food sounds like boots to me. It's in like the shoes. I could see those two getting close. For a mercy, there appears to have been no casualties in Tertham or elsewhere. Theros convalescing aboard the train. Julius has already given her something to eat, so I suppose all we can do is wait. I can't help but wonder, though, what possessed her to go and fight all those Voidsent on her own? Not that I know the going rate for such things, but I doubt one booze would suffice. I think someone has been a bad influence on her. He did make her smile for the first time in probably a very long time. He needs a friend, and I think he's a good candidate for a friend. Oh, I'm just joking. Or am I? In any case, many people owe her their lives. I'll be sure to thank her when she's back on her feet. I mean, Alice is not wrong here. I cannot count all the times I've done like massive heroic tasks for like two servings of cake or something. So I mean, for cake. Would you not always take cake? Tenacity, piety. This. Thank goodness we found Zero when we did. King of the Mountain. Relief is writ plain on Alfino's face. As Alice said, many people owe Zero their lives. This is not her world, nor her battled fight. Yet she risked life and limb for us nonetheless. That will not be soon forgotten. Now then, I expect that our friend will return soon. Once everyone has gathered, we can take stock of the situation. Yeah, so before we go, I want to see if, like, in which carriage did he put Zero? Oh, there he is. He is. I've also received word that transport arrived safely at Camp Broken Glass. They sent their thanks to the woman in black. I'm fine. Just need rest. When I'm out on patrol and the sun is on my skin, I feel as if I'm made anew. Yes, the ground is littered in all manner of debris, but for the first time in a long time, I'm hopeful. I'm guessing he just is here, always. I'm also glad they actually take her somewhere. They don't just vanish. That's always something I love about this game. NPCs don't vanish, they actually go somewhere. Apologies for the delay. I finished replenishing my ether. Oh, glad am I to hear it. We must thank you again, Zero. Indeed, many are still alive because of you. Those soldiers not least of all. Yeah, you did good. How fared you? Better than I did, by all accounts. We had to contend with our fair share of void sand and route to the snowcraft, but we had the benefit of numbers. With their help, we quickly dispatched all the void sand that came our way. Thankfully, they stayed dead in our world. We were trying to decide what to do next when we received word about the transport. Which is how LSA, Melicity and I came to find you. While the impending threat has been addressed, we cannot rest easy yet. For void sand to appear in such number, we must assume the void gate has indeed been opened nearby. Meaning more of them can come through at their leisure? It seems the best course of action is to investigate Lapis Manalis as you intended. What is the state of the snowcraft? Nearly operational. I believe Vitra is still with the engineers who is hard at work as we speak. Why don't we join them in Ceruleum Ingens? Finally! A chance to go on the offensive. I would join you as well. I wouldn't dream of refusing you, but what did you have in mind for payment? Payment won't be necessary. I will do this because I want to. You have kindled something within me, a compulsion, a desire to act that has been burning since you came to my aid out in the snow. I do not understand it, but I wish to, and to that end I will heed it. Then perhaps I'll understand your answer. She's learning. I would also like to join you in tracing the voids into their origin. though that would mean neglecting my duties here. Ah, don't worry about us. Between my people and the contingent, we can keep things running well enough. Just find where the Voidsent are coming from and see that they stop. Take care, Zero. I will. Oh, Kansakomo, I agree. So Kansakomo says, I love how they'll give NPCs updated dialogue. Most of the time makes the world feel alive. It really does. They move them around to like different places that fit, and they give them dialogue that changes. It makes them feel as people of the story instead of just, well, just characters that are there changing because I'm there. It is quite nice. It makes the world definitely feel way more alive, and it makes it easier to care about the characters because sometimes you find a lot of interesting dialogue and thoughts they have that isn't really important parts of the main story, but it adds to it, fleshes out the world in a nice way. And sometimes you just find something silly, like so part of the Scions is there are 2 Rogidins, and then there are 2 sisters. And one of the sisters like has a major hot for the Rogidins. So her entire dialogue, like through all the expansion, is just her flipping over the Rogidin brothers. Which I think is amazing. And I found her in Gridania not too long ago. Now she's traveling with just one of them. And she's feeling like sad because she only has one of the brothers. It feels like she needs to have both, which makes me feel like maybe there has been some action with all 3 of them. Because he keeps on mentioning brotherly love, and I'm like, I don't like where this is going. For the sake of our friendship, I pray we succeed in our mission. The Void Gate is of course our main objective, but if we can also find useful salvage, then all the better. I'm glad the engineer is safe. I never forgive myself if something had happened to him on our account. To have to go to such length to traverse a single mountain. The people of this land do not have easy lives. I mean, way easier than what you guys have. Mammoth is an apt name for the craft. Its prodigious size made defending it difficult, but it came through unscathed. Vitra insisted on staying behind to guard the snowcraft. He's anxious to get up the mountain, and understandably so. It's good to see you, all safe and well. The craft stands ready, and pleased to say, our engineer friend has worked tirelessly. A seal match for any of my alchemists. He's done pretty good. There you are! Your timing couldn't be better. Thanks to Warshan's help, I've managed to finish the repair faster than I anticipated. The Mammoth's ready for the snow once more. You can leave the piloting to me too. That would be my pleasure to get you where you need to go. You're too kind, thank you. Let's be on our way, shall we? I think we're going into a dungeon. At least I think so. Yep. One thing though. Where is the vehicle? Like, he said he repaired something. But I want to see this mammoth. But I don't know where it is. Because that's like a station. I'm confused by the lack of this mammoth-sized vehicle. Anyway. Abe, would you like to join me? And anyone who is online and able to come to Phantom can join me if you like. But I'm gonna give you guys like a minute to decide on that. So if you want to join me and are capable to come to Phantom and have this dungeon open, just put it in the chat. I'm gonna be right back, and then we jump into the dungeon. I'm back. None of you said anything in the chat, so I will go with Abe. And I'm gonna see if Az is willing to help. Lovely. Abe, I'm gonna make you leader. So you can invite Az. Is it easier for you? I'm gonna talk to everyone in the meantime. As we hopefully demonstrated, we're still capable of holding our own in battle. Which is to say, please don't hesitate to rely on us. When we find whoever is responsible for unleashing the Voidsend, I am going to give them a piece of my mind. Just say the word and we're off. Come, Melicity, let us find the truth of my sister's aura. I don't make a habit of fighting a top Magitech, but it shouldn't be any more difficult than doing so astride a dragon. I welcome the change of pace. Of course you do, Estinian. Once aboard the Mammoth, we will all need to change into an attire more suitable for combat. It can be no coincidence that the Void Gate has opened where Vitra sends the sister. In all likelihood, something is in the offing, and we must be prepared. If there is indeed a Void Gate, then there will be Voidsend, and not merely lesser ones. Be on your guard for all manners of threat. Alright, we'll go in with the players. Oh, obviously Abe is the leader. Abe, can you register us? I'm just gonna be dead here in the snow in the meantime. Bleh. Death. Despair. Sadness. Thank you. Gosh, some hapless NPCs can have to come with us. So Az, or Azrael, as he's called here, is one of the people in my raid group. He's quite nice. I love how dressed for the occasion everyone is. Guys, Az, you're not wearing a top. Yeah, this is pretty cool. This is pretty nice. Still kind of sad that this vehicle isn't standing where the NPC is. Because I feel it would be like a really nice photo opportunity. Just have this beside the engineer. Especially because he was supposed to have been fixing it. Oh, we're up from the snow. Like, the snowstorm. Did we? Ash? Is he stopped alarmingly close to the wall? Hopefully, that's the last of those winged bastards. I'm afraid this is as far as the mammoth will go. You'll have to make it the rest of the way on foot. Maybe... Oh look, you can see! Like the castle in the distance. We're quite far away. Hey, that's from the trailer. That's so cool. Imagine having lived up here, like the view you had. Obviously, this thing wasn't there at the time people lived here, but still. This is a really pretty area. I love that they're called like Albus Bear, Albus. Okay, so all I can think about is like Albus Dumbledore. Okay. Just gonna keep you alive. And then we also have these visitant blood guards, which is definitely not native to this area. Albion. I wonder if it's the online version. I'm sorry, I'm being silly today. It's a very interesting look for Yeti. Like, what's the deal with the things on his back? It looks extremely matted. Somebody needs to come in with a good brush. What the hell? More rumbling can be heard in the distance. Oh. Oh no. We have to go behind this. Yeah, it's definitely like get behind this thing kind of deal. There. I like that you can actually see them coming. Oh, but I haven't figured out how to see which side he's gonna attack. I haven't noticed it yet. Get up. Hit you with a lily. Let's move away from that thing. Give myself some more mana. I also like that the sound matches the side. Okay, first boss is down, and I gotta say, first boss was actually really nice. Very enjoyable. Good mechanics. Now, what does the new stuff look like? Oh, that is nice. That is something Nick might enjoy. Still not, like it's not enough armor. Something Eri might enjoy. Not my style, but visually nice. But I do like the mechanic of like the herd of animals coming there, because you can actually see them from the side, and the sound matches which side is coming from. This makes it a very like nice and visual experience. So first boss I would say is like good 8 out of 10. Like right away, which is nice. I think this is the dungeon where we get like a Reaper doll as the final boss. We saw her in the trailer and she looked really nice. Rock of Albus. Well, I'm curious, why is like this whole Albus thing? I wonder if it's the name of the area or something like that. Because all the animals have this name that seem to be native here. Okay, next boss is gonna be over there. Lush. What do we get here? Another bracelet. I'd say this bracelet is actually really nice. I could see it being like really cool, especially for a gunbreaker. For a machinist. Maybe even a monk. Here we have the remnants of a town. It would make sense for them to actually build in the cave system. It would be warmer down there. Like, what is this? Oh, these are dolls! They're like the same base model as Kalka and Brina. Oh, dated records. The assault from outside tribes have markedly increased of late. The Geraldine proved an especially barbarous thorn in our side. The nigh ceaseless pillaging, no doubt an effort to hoard supplies in preparation for the coming winter. No longer able to tolerate the damages suffered by these incursions, the Senate issued an order for the king's assassination, and we Reapers were asked to ready our blades. With 3 of her fellows in tow, Galatea set out under cover of night and infiltrated the enemy's fortress. Their mission was a great success, which soon put the enemy to rout. So we have like some intrigue happening here. more. Empress Solis is convinced this magitech will spark a revolution in warfare as we know it, and as he devotes further resources to this advancement, our arts continue to fall out of favor. I fear the age of the Reaper has come to an end. After all our forebears have sacrificed for the good of the Empire, the blood spilled, the lives lost, they would dare deem us the relics of a bygone era. Indeed, they believe the future lies with the Reaper battle armor. Aspirants are reminded not to approach the figures of the Pale Harvest without express permission. They should be treated with no less reverence than Galatea herself, and hardly less dangerous. Only those who have successfully forced a pact with an avatar may spar with the Galatea Parva. They will serve to refine one's use of invocation and tactical coordination. The Galatea Magna, however, is reserved for those who are able to serve as hosts to their avatar. This peculiar mannequin is designed to push a Reaper to the limit, if not beyond them. Learn to walk in death's shadow, and you shall know no fear. So, we have this woman called Galatea, who seems to be the leader or something. She's the one at least who went out on the assassination. But they also have dolls made perhaps in her image. But these are the Galatea Parva, which you can spar with if you have, like, already have a spirit, like, to serve you. But then there is the other one. The more advanced one is if you can host the spirit in your body, which I think is what Xenos was doing by the end. Like, he was all changed. Because I think he had Zero sort of within him. And that's why he had, like, the weird hand stuff and everything. And only those can spar with the other ones. And I think oh, a Joker. Oh, that's pretty. Not for me, but pretty. Yeah, that thing. Best log? Dollmaster Memorandum. Maintenance of the Galatea must be handled with the utmost care. The delicate art of their making has long since been lost, making repairs difficult, and reproduction all but impossible. The knowledge was kept secret, passed down to those who would inherit the position of Master Dollmaker. That is, until one man chose to break with tradition. He claimed to be leaving on a journey in pursuit of an unparalleled beauty, but we never learned the truth of it. The only thing that is certain is the art of our forebears left with him. Wait, is this the Gridanian Dollmaker that left? Because he wanted to make, like, a doll of unparalleled beauty. He wanted to summon a succubus into a corpse. What little I've read on it, it seems delightfully messed up. I wonder if he actually came from here. Ooh. The sea moves fast. Leave no openings. Your strike must be quick and decisive. But I am slow and unsure. I'll stand here. He looks amazing. Oh. What's this? I'll stand here? Oh. I need to undo doom. Let's go like so. Oh. She uses Doom. Doom is not nice. Oh shoot. Don't. On another. that concludes your basic training. Wait, so she goes out and then in, right? Yeah, like right after. Remain calm and collected, no matter your circumstance. Oh shoot. I have done an oopsie. I'm very dead. 1, 2. Is he not the final boss? I thought for sure she would be the final boss of the dungeon. Okay, she's a tough one. The red debuff with a cross through is a dot. Wait, because you did this with Trust, and they kind of moved to the safe spot early, but then you did it with players yesterday and died too much. Yeah, I'm gonna have to keep Medica up pretty much the entire fight just in case. Just gonna have to make sure that regen is on you guys. I wish they'd had like a specific music for this dungeon, especially this part. They should have picked something creepy just because of all the dolls. Though this battle music is obviously always nice. The other could just have been like nicer in setting a spooky mood. Okay, let me see. I think this is as close as I can get without aggroing her. But I like that you can, like... Oh, there are more of them! Yeah! So she's not the only one of this type. Okay, get ready to step in. I'm gonna keep this up at all times. Up you up a bit. This ability, she does she? Okay, she's first gonna go there. Means I am safe here. And then here. And get this up here. Don't look at anybody. Okay. Doing better. Get ready to step out. Okay, now she's soon gonna like jump to exactly one side. She does the in and out, and then she does the big thing. Ooh, gotta get you up. Okay, this is gonna not put this on right now. Okay. Oh shit. So you have to take the doom off myself. That would have been a like really bad way to wipe the raid. Not the raid, but puppy. Look away. Oh. I'll shoot. Okay, I'm fine. Okay, still alive. Get myself up. Get myself up. Wait. We can go here and do this. Whoa! Oh, C was fun, but I like. Oh, I like the character model because you can see the doll parts. Like you can buy these type of dolls. Boots. And a nice boots. Whoa! Oh. Evil bastard? I thought something was gonna appear like out of the shadow or something. Not the ground just to leave me. Also, flash. Try to use the splashy mode. I think you're like the second person to use that ever. Oh, keep it alive. Anything nice? Is this the same bracelet? Yeah. Oh, but I can eat this one. Nice. Going straight in my glamour chest. Visitant moth. Okay, I'm getting a lot of stuff. For this place is on fire. Oh, this is a cerulean lake. Pretty neat. Is cerulean lake supposed to just burn like that though? I mean, it must mean then at least it's not cold down here. There we go. Oh, notice the mobs are like shimmery. They're made out of constellations. Don't look at the mob. Felicity, you're supposed to be healing. I'm definitely 100% doing my job and not being distracted by things. No distractions here. Ah, there is the hole. It is a big one. Oh!
All shall cower before the might of Archfiend Kanyatso!
Oh, that's the water one. Didn't expect to deal with him in a dungeon. Oh, earrings. What do the earrings look like? Oh, those are pretty. Oh, those are really nice. No, treat them, but they are really nice. So if we kill this one, we only have like one Archfiend left though. Which is the fire guy.
Don't disappoint. Brace yourselves. I bring my all to bear.
No.
Drink deep of blackest terror!
Desperately just trying to keep myself alive here. This is really bad. Where do I stand? Safe here. Not safe here. Oh, Konsakoma, you just beat FF4 last night. That is pretty cool. We are gonna continue with that one when,
You really must
like,
try
not
harder.
next weekend, but probably the weekend after. Please stay in my thing. And I...
Battle does so whet the appetite.
What's this? What are you doing now? I'm gonna pull away. Pull away. Abe knows what he's doing. No, don't stack on him. Get this.
No more games. Be swallowed by the tide.
Yes, this is bad.
What? That's not right. How do you like this?
There's so much stuff on the floor. Okay.
Good. A fitting finale.
Think I'm okay, like right here. Yeah. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. first, and these. Oh! If I go here, and then here, then I'm just safe. Oh no! No, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying. Oh no. Oh no. Ah! Ass, you're alive in the wrong place. Okay. Fine, it's fine, it's fine. Go up. Here. Okay. Oh, where are you? Where are you? I can heal you, but put away. Oh no! No, I'm waiting. Okay, you can do this. It's a good music for this fight. It's suitably like intense, which makes me more stressed, which makes this already kind of chaotic fight even more confusing in a very fun way. He's not gonna die, right? Like, isn't he? Like, he's gonna become a trial. Surely he's gonna become a trial. Though, the other one didn't become a trial. The hair lady was a trial, but not the other one. Yes. First of all, let's give this nice person accommodation. Okay, I could definitely see Nick wearing this. Not bad. I've never seen a void sent with just so much command over water. That they could open so large a gate is troubling. Ocean? Ocean? Hello? Ocean? Okay. I'll come back to you. Well, that was a challenge. Alfie. Oh, why do you suppose they chose here for the lair? Because of the water, Alfino? Do you see the water? So goes yet another archfiend. Like, there's a lot of water and it's hidden, which makes it an excellent place to have the portal. Sean? I feel your presence, sister. Where are you? I think inside of him. Hello, big boy. You are so huge. I wish when I went close to them, they didn't disappear. Because it makes it hard when I want to like look really close at the model. That it just blinks out of existence. That is a cool design. Okay, let's go get a cinematic. Also, this is just a pretty underground area.
Tell me one thing, Cagnazzo.
Oh, sorry.
A dragon of our world crossed over into yours long ago, but I have felt her presence here again. What is the meaning of this?
She's in his belly.
I dare say what you felt was this.
By the sisters. What have you done to Ashdaya?
Oh no.
If you want answers, you'll have to get them from Lord Golbez. Assuming you've the strength to face him. A pity I will not see the plan to fruition, but my part is done, and to fight with the thrill of battle in my heart makes it all the more worthwhile.
No! Wait! Where is she? Where is my sister?
At long last, I go to join the great flow.
Somebody's gonna want to go in like and grab the eye before it splashes on the ground. Oh, it's actually gonna float down at a reasonable pace. Okay. Oh, she has yellow eyes.
By the gates closing, there can be no doubt that he was the one who opened it.
Oh, Sean. Let me get her.
Ashdaya, I prayed we might meet once more.
She is likely still in the void. Take heart. We will find her yet.
Exactly.
So what now?
Well, we go to the void.
While you discuss how to proceed with your search, I would excuse myself to look around. There may be salvage that we could use at the camp.
Sure.
In that case, I'll patrol the area for more void scent.
Very well. Let us take a moment to consider our options.
Why does he look so defeated? We are closer to finding his sister, are we not? Yeah, but that weapon eyes is like there are life forces in there. That's one eye. But what about... is the other still in her? Because she needs at least one eye. That they should go so far as to use Astaya's eye as a bait. What could they be after? Oh, Sean. Hi. Oh, Astaya. Hold on. Let me give you a hug. for you. So, we have discovered the source of the Void Sand outbreak in Garlemald. A gate forced open from the void. The barrier between our world is especially thin here, I suspect. Elsewise, I see little reason why the Reaper chose to live in such an inhospitable place. That actually does make sense. Even if the conditions are ideal, we are talking about a gate that could pass an archfiend. Opening one so large could not have been easy. In the age of Alak, Empress Sande created an enormous portal, using a prodigious amount of ether harnessed by the Crystal Tower. In theory, a similar feat should be possible from within the void. One need but have the requisitive amount of ether, such as that harbored by a great worm's eye. And his ether is indeed greatly diminished. In Malicity's vision, Golbez let his archfiend feed upon Astaya's ether. If he has also taken an eye to open this gate. And he's in trouble. It does not bode well, I know. Nevertheless, we must remain hopeful and continue our search. What I find curious is why our foes chose to strike now, some 5,000 years after Astaya vanished into the void. And while their overarching plans remain a mystery, what exactly was Cagnaso's part in it that he had finished? Well, has the void and our world been like linked up for those 5,000 years, like time-wise? Because maybe it was shorter in the void. Okay, I can now enter the dungeon. If Cagnaso's intent was for his parting words to give us pause, then he has succeeded. To embrace death to find satisfaction in oblivion. Perhaps it is indeed true that many Voidsent yearn to return to the livestream. Why does he look so defeated? The eye explains how they managed to cross over. We still don't know why they chose this time and this place for an incursion. Barshan stares at the floor despondently. Oh, Astaya, what has become of you? That even your eyes should be so spent of ether. I cannot bear the thought of her being held captive a moment longer. But how will I find her? What must I do? Calm yourself, Vitra. I appreciate that you are upset, but as passion clouds your judgment, you must endeavor to remain composed. When your mind is clear, we may consider how to proceed with our search. You are right. In the meantime, I will help Alfino and Alice back to the village. That sounds like a fine idea. We should go as well. Pray, give me a moment longer. I am not gonna force you. Actually feels kind of a fitting map down here with all the water themes. Poor guy. We have to speak with Alfie, who should be somewhere up the path. I think we have to go back to that underground village with the dolls. You get some good salvage, but there's definitely gonna be some good salvage there. Like, at least a lot of doll parts. There has to be some material in those we can use. Wait. Flash. And onward we go. Pass it to Vikus Mesorum. I like this music. Yeah, look. There's like a bunch of these stalls all over the place. I'm very glad none of them is actually moving. Fighting one was plenty. Oh, you've come too. Let us take comfort in the knowledge that the Void Gate is closed, and that the people of Garlemald need fear the Voids and Hordes no longer. We're to help Alfino and Alisei, are we? There is little else of interest here, so I wouldn't be opposed to the diversion. Leave Vitra be. He needs time alone with his thoughts. Maybe they're moving when I'm not looking at them. I had plenty of that on Friday. Don't need that again. That was excellent, way of doing it though. Gosh, those dolls were creepy. I don't see Vitra with you. Is everything alright? He needs a moment to himself. Well, he is indisposed. We thought we would lend you a hand. I've just finishing patrolling the area, so we're fine on that front. There are no signs of Voidsend, and I doubt we'll see any more now that the gate has been closed. As for Alfino, he set aside on the Cerulean Spring. We're hoping to take as much of the stuff as the snowcraft can bear. That much fuel would keep the people warm for a good while. We managed to procure a few suitable containers for transporting the ceruleum, and we're about to return to the spring. If you have a mind to scrounge up more containers, I can take what you have now and get them built. Thank you, Estinian. The more we can load in the snowcraft, the better. Would you and Istola mind helping us with our search, then? You'll need to take any suitable container to the spring and then back to the snowcraft once you fill them with ceruleum. Sure. So I'll want to find a good large container that can still be carried. Let's find something to carry. Bottomless barrel. Will I pick it up? No. This is less a container, more of a sieve, given its poor condition and visible holes. Will this be solid enough? Any luck finding containers? Is a dilapidated barrel? This is less a container, okay. It's a welcome change to have Zero helping of her own volition. Perhaps he is finally beginning to trust us. Maybe. Okay, we have hole-poked barrel and then a sturdy barrel, which is what we need. Where is Zero, though? Oh wait, no, Zero went with Estinian. Okay. I do like they're now using also the dungeons as quest areas. The container appears to be well suited for repurposing. It would be a fine choice for ceruleum storage. And now I need to take it to the spring? Yeah. Just like they did with the castle area and the void last time. It's nice because otherwise these areas are only used for a single purpose. But being allowed to go around it and do stuff is also nice. Oh, I have to click this. Why don't you just let me run through the thing? And splash. There was not a satisfying splash there. I wish if it jumped into water it would react like a little bit. Even if it was just like a small animation. It didn't really change the water. Like, didn't change the water itself, just an animation put on top. Like when you're flying? Yeah, when you're flying low enough over water, like it just drops the water. We just need to carry this liquid fire to the snowcraft. Sounds simple enough. I'll do that in a minute. Vitra? You have any thoughts to give? No, you just need more time, okay. That's fine. Let's go grab the ceruleum. There is so much ceruleum. The container is now filled to the brim with ceruleum. If that one has been filled, you should hurry and take it to the snowcraft. Estinian has already seen to the rest. Go on ahead. The others ask that I remain here in the event they find more. Here. Oh, it's bright out there. Hey, Estinian. I thought I had to go a longer way. Good work, my friend. I expect we'll have a sizable load to deliver. It's gonna be so good for everyone. They need good news. E-news. The snowcraft is all but overflowing with ceruleum containers. However, several of your comrades have yet to arrive. Perhaps a nearby vantage point will afford you a more favorable view of their return. Sure, I'll wait with Estinian. Any thoughts? Still, I would go to the other side of the bridge if I wanted a vantage point. But this is a better place for a chat, I guess. Okay, I think they're gonna be voice acted.
Is Vitra not back yet?
My apologies for the delay.
It's okay.
Are you all right?
I am. As distressing as this turn of events was, the eye itself gives me cause to hope. While it is no longer possessed of Ashdaya's will, it may yet lead us to her.
Oh, her eye is actually more white.
Were it not for your encouragement, I would
Yellow.
never have dared to embark on my search, much less come this far.
It's quite pretty.
I will not lose faith. I will find my sister, wheresoever she may be.
We'll return the eye to her, together.
Though tainted, the eye has not fully succumbed to darkness. Ashdaya herself may have been able to resist its influence.
Well, as much as we'd love to take part in your next foray, we can't abandon our efforts here.
That's okay.
Indeed. We'll need to keep a close watch, in case the Void Gate opens again as well. Though should it prove safe to do so, I have some ideas for how we might put this village to use.
Do what you must. We will manage.
I am
To free
curious
Ashdaya,
what the plans are.
I expect we will have to deal with Golbez once and for all. After which you may undertake your work without worry.
We look forward to the glad tidings.
You'll take good care of everyone, won't you?
What? Why do you ask me this?
Because comrades look out for one another, and I can't think of anyone more qualified to keep them safe.
True. I will do no less than I've promised.
If our respective plans are settled, then let us head back.
I am glad that twins are not coming with us, like, back to Razatan and the whole void thing, because it wouldn't make sense. I do like that everyone has their own thing they're doing. We meet the twins here because this thing is happening in Garlemald, so that's fine, but it's nice that people are doing their own thing without us. Vitra has quelled the tempest within his heart. He should be fine. That Astaya's eye hasn't succumbed to darkness bespeaks her incredible resilience. So let us trust in this sign that she yet lives, and be not deterred in our effort. I must apologize for my bout of melancholy, to be so easily shaken. Shaken ill becomes a great worm. You have remained at my side, and ever offered me support and encouragement. I haven't a word to thank you. I am not your keeper, nor do I know what you expect of me, but I will keep my word. It was good seeing you again. I hope you'll remember to call on us sooner the next time you need help. I suppose this is where we part ways for now. Though we have every faith in you, we will pray for your safety all the same. I'm glad we had the chance to talk, Zero. Take care, and till next time. I really should put on some warmer clothes now. We're outside. Till next time. Oh, she's making friends. I'm so proud of her. She's done such good things in this path. She's made friends. She's offered to do things without getting paid. She tried food that isn't apples. Zero is making great progress. I must apologize for my bout of melancholy. Okay, that's the same. Yeah, this. Okay. Zero wishes to know your next destination. Am I right in assuming that we are to return to the void? And now that matters here have been settled, yes. But first we should return to Razatan to prepare. When everyone is ready, let us convene at Megaduta. Is this the end of the patch? Is that what's happening? It is the end of the patch's story. Hope not. Though, like, it would make sense, like, time-wise. And it's not like they're giving small amount of story content during the patch. I just don't want to stop because I'm having fun. That's nice music. Hey, friend of... Oh, wait. Wait. I'm not wearing snow outfit in Rasatan. Way too hot. Not going into a cinematic dress like that. Nope.
If everyone is ready, then let us depart for Al-Zadal's legacy.
Oh, we're not done! Yes! Yes! Oh, yeah. That would be... Isn't that where the thing is?
What was that?
A deluge of ether. The mark of a terrible magic.
Was that from...
It wasn't far from here. Let's go.
The question is, was this inside the city or outside the city? Oh boy.
Hey, you! Stop! If you're thinking of taking to sea, don't!
What has happened?
We were out working our nets when a light suddenly shot up over Buffalo Isle with a boom. A massive fiend then took to the skies. Another blasphemy, we feared. But we didn't linger to find out.
These poor people, though. They've had to run for their lives awfully a lot lately.
It was headed?
I can't say for sure, but it looked like it was northward bound.
I see. Our thanks for the warning, and do not let us keep you. Buffalo Isle is connected to Al-Zadal's legacy.
Yeah.
This cannot be a coincidence.
I have a bad feeling that the Void Gate has been blown open.
In response to Kanyatso's defeat, they have come for our gate.
So it seems. I would ascertain the situation at the vault, but the fiend must be dealt with, ere people come to harm. I shall assume my dragon form and seek it out at once.
Wait. You heard the fisherman. A blasphemy, they called it. If another flying creature was sighted now, others will assume the worst and panic will spread. This is not the way.
Oh, yeah. Estinian, bringing good logical thinking. We can work together on this. From the ground. But we don't panic the people.
You are right, Estinian. I will gather my soldiers and search the Isle for casualties. The fiend, I leave to you.
Happy to deal with it. So this has to be done. There was a new trial, right?
Zero. Might I prevail upon you to accompany her?
Very well.
Then Estinian and I will make for Al-Zadar's legacy and secure the gate.
Stay on your guard. The enemy is clever and will have anticipated our response. Be safe, my friends, and may the sisters guide your steps.
There is a situation. We know the fiend was headed north, but that still leaves a lot of ground for us few to cover. We need a way to conduct our search more efficiently. Do you have any ideas? Well, we split up and make inquiries. In other words, we seek help from the locals. If you think it's best, then very well. So, where to then? The Great Work and the encampment at the Hamza Hatchery? If both places are to the north, then the people there may indeed have seen something. Very well, I will head to the Great Work and leave the encampment to you. And of course we get rain. Where am I supposed to go? Start by going here. But the good thing about rain is I have an outfit for rain. So I do not have to be... Oh. I don't have to be soaking wet. Aha! It was gifted to me from friends. This mount is so good. I love it. It's so silly. So tiny. Like, a mount that even makes me look like I'm cramped in it is just impressive. It's even more funny if you see people like elephants or something in it and you just look going like, where are your feet? At least my feet kind of fit in here. Because my feet are very short. Saw the light over at the Biflux remnant too, did you? We've sent scouts to investigate, but they've yet to report back. We will continue to keep watch here, but if you learn anything, be sure to let us know. These fishermen saw a fiend emerge from the Biflux remnants before heading north, you say? I saw what I thought was a ball of flame flung from the explosion. But now I wonder. It flew north in the direction of Karka. If it is in fact a fiend, then we have trouble on our hands. We must remain vigilant. Yeah, that map really does not get any bigger for bigger races. It's just tiny. I presume you've come to investigate the explosion at the Biflux remnants as well? We've yet to ascertain precisely what happened. Is there any information you can share with us? Explosion? Possible fiend? A fiend emerged from the explosion and flew towards Katka. By the sisters, had I learned of this sooner. Never mind, there is no time to waste. Yes. The Sires untold. Now apprised of the situation, Nabdeen is eager to take action. Confound it! We were so concerned with the explosion that we failed to recognize that the threat had not yet passed. We must alert command at once and instruct the people to seek shelter. Is there a way to the top of Katka? How do I get up there? What? You mean to go there to investigate? Then again, you are more than capable of defending yourself. As you wish, we will leave this in your hands. The Giant Skull ground are situated at the base of Katka. I myself am not familiar with the mountain path, but the quarry workers are bound to know many. Kit Tanner, for instance, he has worked there the longest. Go well, my friend, and may the sisters keep you. Okay, so we can find a guy who can tell us like where to go. I saw Abe down here. Okay, up to the quarry. I like that everything sounds now suitably dramatic. I wonder if... What if that... They talk about like ball of fire. The only archfiend we have left is the fire guy. You want to climb Katka? You couldn't have chosen a worse time. There was an earthquake earlier and it triggered the rock slide. I'm afraid the main path to the summit may be blocked. But if you're determined to go, then I suggest you speak with Sramur. He climbs like a langur and might know some other way up. If not the gentlest. I don't care about how comfy it is. I need to get up there. It's not exactly... We can't exactly wait for them to clear the path. Hello. How to reach the top of Katka? After what has happened, that should be the last place anyone sane would want to be. But yes, I am familiar with another route that should still be passable. I was once afraid of heights, you see, and used it to build up my courage. Though I cannot say I have the courage to brave it under these conditions. I'll take you to where the route starts, but no further, alright? Yes, that's fine.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
We were too late. The vault has been destroyed. The alchemical furnace with it.
Ah. That is bad.
This was their true objective, to deny us entry into the void. Kanyatso and Ajdaya's eye were a diversion. A means to detain us in Garlemald, while they went to work here. To reduce the vault to rubble. That which you hunt is no ordinary foe. Have care.
Yeah, that is definitely... I am pretty sure it's gonna be the Fire Archfiend. Ooh.
Such an exquisite sight. A canvas of vibrant colors. As was our world, too, once.
One of Golbez's champions, I presume? He looks kinda cool.
I am Rubicante, the Archfiend of Fire.
And that makes 4.
A monster in flesh. Yet in spirit I remain a man. A prisoner of the past. Such tears I wept when darkness consumed the world. Until Lord Golbez came and spoke of salvation. Thus do I walk proudly at his side.
Yeah, he really is just naked with a
his
cape.
Dream fulfilled.
If anything, the cape kind of makes the nakedness more
Your
obvious.
heart is pure. For benevolent cause you seek the dragon. But I cannot allow you to have it. Cannot allow you to interfere. If you would continue, then there is but one recourse. I shall await you at the summit. Come, mortal. Come and weigh your righteousness against mine.
He's also from Final Fantasy IV? Well, it stopped raining, so step 1 is... I'm gonna take her hood down. Wait, what? Where are my ears? Where are my ears? Oh, there it is. Oh, I got worried for a second. Okay, hood down, ears out. All of the 4 fiends are... Oh. Calcabrina, the Maga Sisters, the 4 Archfiend, Golbest, the Moon, Loparis, the Luna Veil, the Crystal Palace. All from FF4. Holy hell. I found the Loparis in FF4, but not much else. Alright. Let's do this. Step 1. Clear selection. So we don't accidentally go back into Lapis Manalis. This is definitely a pretty place. Oh, Nick is on his way? And we are withdrawing. I'm taking Nick with me. If Nick is an option, Nick is coming with me. Can't go in if it isn't properly edgy. Logged in. Let me see. You got a party invite, Nick. Are you gonna come heal or are you gonna tank or damage? You're loading. Oh, you're coming in as a Reaper. That's gonna be pretty cool. No, healer, okay. It'll be nice to have a co-healer. And insta-Q. So nice. Look at all those purple, like, crystal mountains. It's funny how, like, this zone and this area is just so saturated in color. Like, it's so much... The colors are just feel way stronger than other areas. So this is a surprisingly big area with nothing in it. Who forgot to do the thing? Music up. Music is plenty high for me, and if I mess around with it for you guys, then it's all gonna become a mess. Let's try this again. Ass! Why you do this to me? Oh, it's fine. We didn't really have to wait at all. I am floating. I have broken the laws of gravity. Mount Ordeals.
You stayed the course, as I knew you would. As too will I. Come!
Hey. Let's get ready to wipe. Oh, my Pixies didn't update because I'm wearing like a different outfit. I go like this.
The Archfiend of Fire has no equal.
But it doesn't do so now.
The glory of fire.
Oh! Oh, my dude!
Flames to lick at your heels.
Oh! These look like faces! These are faces! Oh, it's like people burning. What am I? What is this? He's sitting there.
Darkest flames to me!
Oh! I need to move here because it's gonna come out of this thing, right? Look at the music here, it's really good.
Naught but ash will remain.
Oh, it's like all gone. Let's move away from the tank.
Burn!
Yeah. Fuck you ass. Nope. Okay. Look at these statues. It's like people burning. Well, burned people. Oh. Oh, what is...
Darkest flames to me!
Okay. I get what it does. I'm concerned about how good I will be at spotting it though. It's gonna come here. Oh no, I'm stuck, I'm stuck, I'm stuck, I'm stuck. Run here. Shoot!
Naught but ash will remain.
I'm gonna need a few tries to get the hang of that mechanic. Thank you. Oh, it was not Nick who rescued me, somebody else. Always nice when you have extra reserves. Oh, come on!
All will burn! Allow me to show you real flame. You've strength worthy enough of pride. But will it be enough? I am one with the flames.
So you ruined your cape? Oh, for Cape Wing.
You are the first to behold this form.
I mean, it's nothing to be proud of, honey. come across a lot of bosses with cool forms. Yours is, I don't know, 7.
Look now on my essence made pure.
What are you doing now?
Destruction incarnate.
What?
To ashes with you. Come, Oda!
Okay. This first. And this. Get this person up.
I shall tear you asunder!
Oh, okay, you're just doing that thing. That's fine.
Flames to lick at your heels.
Okay, these are just circles. Oh dear. Yeah.
Darkest flames to me!
Okay, I'm getting this out. I'm just gonna have to trust that people know what they're doing. Hey, you better not be wrong.
Naught but ash.
You were not wrong. Good job. Too early.
Burn! Destruction incarnate.
Okay, so it's out and in. Noted.
The flames rise higher.
Hey, could somebody LB this guy?
Ashes with you.
Please? Yes, okay.
Come, Oda! I shall tear you asunder!
Here we go. It's like... Yeah, his second form was just more naked. That's correct, Kazuma. Konsakumo. Sorry. Second form, way more naked. But didn't feel as naked because now it wasn't as obvious because of the cape. With the cape, it kind of feels like he's trying to cover himself up. I'll go with you. Dude, you should get some pants. You and Godbert can go together to shop for some pants. But yeah, I can see some of the mechanics that is like, you have... The first time you do them, there's no way you succeed, except if you're insanely lucky.
It seems I was a step too slow.
A smidge. But it's okay. I mean, you're here now. And he's here.
To defeat all of us archfiends. You are strong indeed.
No, I don't want to take a closer look at this model, no. What is it that Golbez is seeking?
You would know my lord's true purpose.
Yes. It would be nice to know.
Very well. The knowledge will not change the outcome. Listen then, and learn how all began.
Are we gonna find out like he was one of the guards who killed Zero or something? That would be really funny.
How long has it been since the world was undone? Since light and life gave way to darkness and undeath? Since we were reduced to beasts befouled, squabbling over what scant ether remains? But you are different. You remember who you were, and the paradise for which you fought. That world will never be ours again. But we need not suffer in this purgatory of death and rebirth forever. Join me, and together we shall seek the promised land.
There is no hope, no freedom from the wheel. You speak a fantasy.
I speak truth. The Ascian's revelation. There are other worlds than this. Ours is but one of 14. There is no greater proof than the whispers we hear, born of a neighboring reality. A reality to which we may journey if we can but break down the barrier that divides us.
You meant it then. We will take this world as our own. Count me in.
In return for your strength, I offer you opportunity to pursue your own ends in service to a greater cause. A glorious kingdom of light, wherein all may know death's sweet embrace.
And thus did we begin our great work.
To get light so you can
You
die.
intend to forsake the 13th and conquer the Source?
Just so. Our home is a lost cause. Our only choice to begin anew. In this world, where we may reclaim our mortality.
You served Golbez of your own volition.
As atonement for my failures, I tried to be a hero. Tried to stop the war. But I could not.
So in turn you wage another.
A means to a final end. The wheel of depravity must be broken. Even the most exalted succumb. We eat and deepen the stain upon our souls, until only the hunger remains. Is this to be our fate for all eternity?
I don't know. About this and a great many things. But I do know that it's wrong to damn another to save yourself. Not everything need be a trade. This I learned from the people of this world. Even without a contract, without any expectation of personal gain, they labor for one another. I didn't understand it at first, and perhaps I still don't. But if I'm to achieve something, I'd rather do it their way. Else I am already a hunger-maddened beast.
He's growing.
Perhaps we have indeed surrendered to the hunger after a fashion. Make for our moon. There you will find both Lord Golbez and your dragon.
The void has a moon? Why are you telling us this?
To be so viciously slandered. Pride demands I prove my virtue at the last. And perhaps your own will resonate with his, and draw forth that singular jewel which abides deep within his heart. A desire which lies beyond his quest to free us from our purgatory. A desire all his own.
Wait, every world has its own moon and a zodiac? But are their zodiacs are gone as well, aren't they? Okay, so zodiac being that means all are dead. My inquiries delayed me. I'm not accustomed to conversation, but I'm glad I arrived in time to speak with Urbicante. As much as I understand his motives, I believe there's a better way. Yours. The future you strive for is one I wish to see. And I want to know why I feel this way. Why this fire burns in my breast. This. Oh, my inventory is being filled with stuff. Oh dear. Oh, I got a card. Take the card. Gods revel, land trembles. Zero is already contemplating your next move. There's nothing more for us here. What of Al-Sadal's legacy? Has there been word from Yistola and the others? It's blown up. Gone. I see. Frustrating, perhaps, but better that the gate be destroyed than used to unleash more Voidsent. Oh, thank you for the follow, Rain. Welcome to the group. I hope you enjoy it here. We should return to Megaduta and rejoin the others. Back to Megaduta. Aw, thank you, Rain. And I am absolutely loving the MSQ. It is so much fun. They have such wonderful characters. Now, Abe, if this is the final quest, there was something you said I should do? Like something that would take about 20 minutes? Is that still the plan? It's good to see you both return hale and whole. Your friend arrived not long ago and are already within the satrap. Shall I show you in? No, because I want to speak to her. Is final quest what I need to do is after it. Okay. It seems the others are already inside. Let's join them. Yeah, hi. I'll pet you. Oh yeah, has Zero gotten to see him as a dragon?
Thank goodness you're both all right. Unfortunately, we have nothing further to report apart from the loss of the gate. But tell us, how did you fare on the mountain?
We killed the final Archfiend, and now we know where Astaya is. So we just have to figure out a way to get there.
Golbez aspires to deliver Voidsent unto the source. Where they may die and return to the life stream to be reborn.
Far be it for me to deny them, but the cost to our people would be beyond unconscionable.
Indeed. Voidsent themselves are inherently dangerous. Never mind the chaos sure to follow should the barrier twixt our worlds be shattered. 'Twould be naught less than a calamity.
Which is a problem. Maybe we could make like a exchange program, you know? People who... well, not an exchange program, but like a kindness program. Like assisted suicide program. They can come to us, like in smaller groups, and we kill them. But like, without having to fight. We could put up like a shop or something on their side and go like, hey, travel package to the source to die. Yeah, it's like it's not the school student exchange. It's more of a one-way trip to death on the source. How can we prevent this?
The simplest way would, of course, be to strike at Golbez himself. That said, our task has been rendered rather difficult.
Indeed. Rubicante hath deprived us of a means to cross into the void.
Kenyatso's faint. That was doubtless what he meant when he said his part was done.
Golbez sacrificed 2 Archfiends just to stop us. He must need more time to break the barrier to our world.
Then the days ahead will be critical. We must
find a way back to the 13th.
We could employ another Atomos, but that approach would only be viable if we found another planar fissure. An unlikely prospect.
I mean, we could talk to the Tomators Guild.
Better we explore other avenues. If you will excuse my absence, I shall return to Sharlayan to look for information.
By all means. Meanwhile, I shall seek the counsel of our alchemists.
Time is of the essence, so wish me luck.
Good luck. Have fun. Don't nap on the books again. Trust Delala to propose opening a shop to make money out of someone else's tragedy.
I'm no scholar.
If you have a service to
I'll find
offer,
another way to keep
why not
myself
get paid
busy
for it? Like, I spend most of my time killing Voidsons anyway. How about a little training to keep your lance arm honed?
Rest assured, I never shirk my training. I will be ready for whatever awaits.
I think both of us would just be in Useless way.
Zero. May we call upon thee when next we venture unto the 13th.
You were talking about Tataru?
And in case you're wondering,
well, me and
I
Tataru
won't
get along
ask for
really
further
well.
Payment. I will go for myself, to try and understand why I spoke the words I said to Rubicante. And the fire I felt within, when you all came to my aid in Garlemald.
While our esteemed sorceress battles her tomes, let us see to our own affairs.
I will not fail you again, sister.
No. We'll find her. Hey, Basha. Before you leave, I would once more express my gratitude. By your hands has Thavnir been saved yet again. But before you deliver my people, you helped me rediscover hope. When the sight of my sister's eye left me bereft and adrift for a time. We may have lost the gate in Alstaia's legacy, but there must be another way to travel to the void. And together, we will find it. For now, I bid you rest and recover your strength. I too shall have my vessel improved ahead of our next foray. To achieve his ends, Golbez has sacrificed his 4 generals. This ruthless foe is unpredictable in the extreme, but no matter what he plots, we shall do our utmost to see that he does not succeed. It's horrifying. I've caught up, I think. Oh. Back here. I love that dungeon. It's so pretty. Oh. I didn't notice the moon was red. Meanwhile, on the moon in the 13th. That's where his domain is located. That's what we've been seeing so far. Oh, look at her. She has like a beak.
Kenyatso and Rubicante have joined with the Great Flow. In this world, 'tis the ravenous who are useful, and few were as ravenous as they. You were fine pawns, my archfiends, and you have played your parts to perfection. But with the goal in sight, I need no minions to do my bidding. Hereon, I shall walk alone.
Yeah, that looks extremely unpleasant. Oh. Oh. Wait, is he in like their version of Zodiac's cave? Yes. Oh, that's a cool image.
At long, long last, the end draws nigh. The end to life on that star, and the end to my suffering.
Beyond closed gates awaits your foe, and no path leads, and none may go. Alright. To be continued. My favorite type of quest. I'm supposed to go there. Oh! Shadow Pass once more. That's the little squiggly guys. The jello guys. They got a new quest, yeah. One thing I'm thinking, Golbez. I didn't realize it during Final Fantasy IV, but wasn't Golbez the name of the new general the king had? Left to right. Would you tell us of your recent venture when your next return? That's where I know, like, I knew I recognized the name from somewhere. Oh! We get a new music. The Radiant Scout is keeping a close eye on the sullen-eyed Voidsent. Alright, left, right. Ah, if it isn't Mistress Melicity, since last we spoke. Oh, oopsie. While the creature have given me no reason to believe that they pose a danger, the rest of them remain at large. My fellows and I have yet to come by any eyewitnesses information, but their forms being what they are, they cannot have gotten far. Of course, it would make our search easier if they were likewise drawn to Ratsatan. My other selves have been telling me about their adventures. Truly, your world is a fascinating place. I mean, your world is kind of fascinating too. So you enjoyed hearing my tales? I would be glad to share more with you. Once I've found the rest of me, that is. The others have more knowledge of mighty Voidsent, you see. The sensation. Could it be? Yes, I feel them. The rest of myself. They're very close now. Do you know where? There's 4 of them, and unless I'm mistaken, they're somewhere in the city. Please find them for me, that I might be whole again. As before, by way of payment, they will tell you about powerful Voidsent and their pasts. Now, the nearest appears to be this way. Perhaps that's a good place to start. The rest of his fellow have appeared in the city, and you had best track them down. Judging by the direction, I expect the nearest one is in Dharma. I leave the creature in your capable hand. Well, it also has stopped raining, so we can... The others will have seen some sight of their own. How I look forward to hearing their tales. From left to right. Oh, so here, 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 here. So starting here, then go here, then go here, then go here. Okay, so we begin in Dharma. Now it's just a matter of finding the little guy. I'm glad they all get like drawn to one another. Ah, there he is. Wayward Hectai. Hello, small one. You've been looking for me, you say? Sorry for the trouble. I found a place with a beautiful water and thought I have a relic, but ended up being washed away. I tried to get back upstream, swimming against the flow, and had managed to come this far when you appeared. After all the effort, I would like nothing more than to reunite with my other selves. But if you've been promised a tale, then you shall have one. Nothing but small fry. See the mortal there? He fished me up, but promptly released me while calling me a hideous slug. I don't know what that was about, but it worked out well enough. Oh, be out in the open sea and catch something big. But until I can afford the halfway decent rod, I'll just have to put up with this tired old fishing hole. Ugh. I know the feeling well, the desire to chase after big fish. I used to be a fisherman too, you see, together with my brother. But the Contra Memoria wreaked havoc on the ocean ether, and nary any fish remained to be caught. Each morning we would wake up, not knowing whether we would have food to fill our bellies. He was a Rogadin. On a day like so many before, we were waiting in vain for a bite. My brother's face was fixed in a grimace, and I assumed he was cursing the war in his mind, but it turned out he was thinking about something else altogether. And when he finally spoke, the frustration was plain in his voice. Even if there were fish to catch, is this how I'm going to live out my days? Sitting endlessly with a pole in hand is like dying a slow death. I can't take it anymore. More so than our privation, it was the mundane. More so than our privation, it was the mundane, unchanging nature of our lives that bothered him. In the next instant, he blurted out, "That's it. If there's a war, I'm going to fight too. That way I won't be bored at least." And just like that, he threw aside his rod and set off, right into the thick of the conflict. Oh, is this the fire one? Oh, the water one. Could be the water one. It would be more fitting. Damn it. It's over. Okay. Who the hell are you? So he decided to become a pugilist. Because I don't think that's a mock. I think that's just a pugilist, just a guy that punches you in the face. Very thoroughly. Whoever you are, I am in your debt. Having exhausted my powers, I was all but defeated. But now none remain to oppose me here. Perhaps you would consider serving me? You would be well rewarded, of course. I would grant you riches, castles. What's the meaning of this? Weren't you a friend? Friend? I'm just after some excitement. So come on, give it to me. Yeah. There you are. Thank heavens. What were you thinking taking on memoriates with your bare fist? However strong you may be, you're lucky to be alive. Alive? Yes, I've never felt so alive. Where are you going? No more chasing small fry for me. From now on, I'm going to live for the thrill of battle. I'll seek out those stronger than me, and I'll give them all a taste of my fist. Never have I felt so alive as I did, risking life and limb, he said. He strode away, never to return. Sometime afterward, a rumor reached me for a fearsome warrior. The man would arrive unannounced on a battlefield, trounce anyone and everyone indiscriminately before disappearing again. Sorry, but this is like really funny. Just two factions fighting and then just this one dude shows up, beats everyone up, and then just walks away. That's like really unexpected in a really fun way. Ignacio, he was called, and cursed for a feral dog. That was enough for me to know that my brother still lived. Yeah, so this is the water guy. It was only when I became a Voidsent that I came to understand my brother, understand the emptiness he felt in his mundane life. It inspired me to want to break free from my own unchanging existence, and instilled in me a longing for this world. And for all his quirks, he was a good and kind brother, always looking out for me and helping me with my fishing. Like everyone, he must have turned into a Voidsent. If he had the chance to come here, I believe he would have found a purpose in life, a proper one. Thank you. I could relieve the... Thanks to you, I could relive those old memories. And with that, I had best go and join my other selves. Be seeing you. I don't think we should tell him about his brother being dead. Okay, that was number one. Now we have to go down here. through the crafting area of the city. I'm so glad this game does not kill you if you jump down high distances. It is so nice. Okay, there should be one somewhere, I guess, down there. And there you are. Ah, what business does a mortal have with me? You owe me a story, and then you can go to your friend. So the rest of me is safe. Thank goodness. It was worth risking myself to let the others escape. No sooner had we arrived in this world than we were attacked by fearsome creatures of stone. I drew their attention, and after scrambling hither and yon, managed to get myself to safety. But, too, so jealously guard the treasure, your mortal must truly be fond of it. Lo, there another place for storing it right there. They say it's a mountain after mountain of treasure in there. We just need to find the coffer that acts as a portal. And then survive the guardians and deadly fiends. I don't like our chances with just the three of us. Less of us means bigger share for each. Exactly, beside, what an adventure without little danger. I'm really not sure about this. Too willing to throw oneself into danger is truly a strange mortal quirk. Unlike our kind, we voidsent are quite risk-averse. For instance, we wouldn't think to challenge a stronger being. Except for him, perhaps. An odd fellow who loved fighting for his own sake. His name was Cagnasso, and there was nothing he feared in his domain. Employing deception, he trapped his foes and drowned them in a bottomless mire. It mattered not how strong they were, all fell before him. Yet despite his victories, he never felt truly satisfied. And through a chance meeting, he would learn the reason why. Hey, Mr. Crow, I'm good. How are you? Oh, so he met the guy by trying to drown him? That you should repel my attack. You're tougher than I expected. To whom do I speak? I am Cognasso. I'll bet you're the one they say is seeking out the strong. But if it's battle you want, then you need look no further. As you misunderstand, I do not desire fruitless battle. On the contrary, it would seem that it is you who seeks out the strong. Why? When you're hungry, you devour. It doesn't matter who. Your luck ran out when you strolled into my domain. You got the character that hat yesterday. Nice. None would risk themselves simply because of an empty stomach. Nay, my friend, the source of your hunger lies elsewhere. What is this ether? So pure and sublime. There's so much more of it. I'm ripe to burst, and yet I'm still not satisfied. You see, it's not for the ether that you thirst, but battle. You'll not quench this thirst with stagnant swamp water. Nay, not save that of a raging torrent will sate you. What do you mean? There is no joy to be had in ensnaring your quarry. For victory to have savor, you must place yourself in the midst of danger. If you join me, I shall see to it you never want for dread foes to grant you satisfaction. What say you? Why do I feel as though I'm remembering something important? Whoever you are, I would know more. And thus did he find a place to belong. Open the fine lines that divide the devourer and the devoured. If he could do battle with just one worthy foe, he told himself he could go to his rest forever satisfied. From that day forth, Cagnasus tirelessly sought out those who might be able to best him, each time hoping for bliss, but knowing that likely as not, disappointment ultimately awaited. A yearning so strong nothing else matters. Do you have such a thing driving you to mortal? Looking back, it was extremely reckless of me to come to this world, but it has been worth every bit of danger and more. Can't wait to share my experience with myself. I'll be on my way now. Thanks for coming to find me. Bye. So did they spawn inside there? Like, is that around where they showed up and they were then attacked by the Guardians? So this is the third one. The rest of me are here too? What a relief! I was taking in the sight in a village nearby when I realized I had become separated. I'm glad I decided to follow the glamour and head to the city. So many mortals here, so many beautiful buildings. Father, what is this building? This, my boy, is the resting place of the great Al-Sadal. Centuries ago, he journeyed here from the mainland and helped to end the war between the Matanga tribe, an act which laid the foundation for the nation of Rajasthan. So, is thanks to him that we all get along? A tomb? A place for mortals to remember the dead. It calls to mind people from my own past. Thank you for joining us, Nick. My mother, who died in the Contra Memoria, and the ones who laid her to rest. Long, long ago, there lived two powerful mages. It was said that none could match their might, yet they nevertheless continued to hone their skill at the training ground atop a peak called Mount Ordeals. Oh. One day, fell fiends began attacking villages unprovoked. Upon hearing the grim tidings, the mages came to a resolution. Through years of training, we have mastered our flames. It's time for us to employ them for the salvation of the world. So it was that their pair descended the mountain and set about vanquishing the fiends. Just that one left. Leave it to me. No, don't. Just don't hurt her. Don't hurt my mother. Your mother? Please save her, I beg you. Oh, what do I do? Please not. It seems I have no choice. She's turned into a crystal. I said that I would save the world, but I couldn't save even a single life. Wait, so this part that we're talking to is the little girl then? Because they were talking about their mother. My flames were meant to be like the sun. They were meant to protect, to keep warm and light the way. Yet, and yet... In his great fury at his failing, the maze face turned red as a ruby. Thus did the girl choose to call him Rubicant. The mace returned to his mountain, where he buried his comrade. Upon the gravestone he asked words of admonishment, and continued his training alone. One day, when visiting his comrade's grave, he found that a familiar crystal had been left there. Its presence lifted a great weight off his chest. Without a word, it told him that the girl was grateful for what he did. That day he regained something he had lost, and descending the mountain once more, he embarked upon a journey, determined to use his power for good. I really do like the Archfiend's backstories. As sad as it is to lose a precious life, it is sadder still, I think, to lose one's purpose. Mount Ordeals had been swallowed up by darkness, and his comrade's grave with it. But where Rubicant may be, I like to believe that the little girl still remains in his heart. Well, it's past time I rejoined the others. It was nice talking to you, mortal. Okay, one left. This is over there. What? I'm calling me, you say? I can appreciate my separation anxiety, but I answer to no one, not even myself. I am my own master. I do what I like when I like. I will rejoin the others at my own leisurely pace. Okay. You still owe me a story. Mortals, on the other hand, always seem to be busy at work. Short as your lives are, one would think you spend more time at leisure. You truly are strange creatures. Still burning strong, just like at the start of the experiment. Oh, by the sisters, pretending the flame is mind-numbing work. Someone has to do it, I suppose, but I just wish it wasn't me. Tending the flame. That reminds me of a void scent I once knew. He watched over a beacon fire, seeing to it that it remained ever lit. Unlike that mortal, however, he did it of his own volition. Such an act served no practical purpose in our world. Even if night and day existed, we voidsent don't rely upon light. Yet he persisted. Though perplexed by his curious ritual, I somehow found myself helping him with it. You got to meet him, like, when he was keeping the fire going. Rubicante was his name, and he went about his task dutifully. Oh, were you like an eye thing? Other mocked him for his meaningless act. Oh no, you were a glob. But it must have held some manner of meaning to him. And so, when I chanced to find the beacon guttered out, I made certain to let him know. For time out of mind, this routine continued, uninterrupted, until that fateful day. I see flames dancing in the distance. Who should I find tending it but a maid of considerable might? With such power, surely you can do more than keep a beacon lit. My flames serve not to smite others, nor to sate my hunger. Then what purpose do they serve? I cannot say for certain, but to simply behold this flame somehow sets my heart at ease. Oh no, I do not want to skip this cutscene. I see. It would seem that you lack the power to comprehend the feeling engraved upon your soul. But such a lack is readily rectified. This warmth, invigorating and comforting. Have I felt it before? Of course. The sun. That was once shone its light upon creation. Though it would set, never did it fail to rise again. And like the sun, my flames must never die. So that is the way of it. Through your flames, you sought to recreate the sun's journey, to recreate the world as it was before. Who are you? Who could unearth memories buried in the deepest recess of my heart? It matters not who I am, but what I seek to do. Join me, and together we shall banish the darkness and see the sun arise again. According to the mysterious knight, the price to save the world was dear. The inhabitant of the neighboring reality must be sacrificed. To which Rubicante replied, I have sworn to use my power to save the world. If innocent souls must be consumed by my flame, then I shall bear responsibility for the sin. Thus did he choose his path of his own volition, and his spirit lives on in me as an undying flame. A world engulfed in darkness had become the norm for me, but since coming here and basking in the sun, I've been reminded of all that we have lost. I understand Rubicante better now, understand why he was willing to sacrifice all to restore the world to the way it was, to him. it was worth the price. Well, I must say, I feel great to take a squirm down memory lane. With that, I shall now rejoin the others, of my own volition, of course. Of course. Okay, I have found all of them. Let's go and see if now, finally, they will all be combined. Because so far, that has not happened. It's nice that all of the Radiant... not the Radiant Host, all of the... Like, all of the Void Fiends. The Archfiends. They have reasons that do make sense for why they behave like they do. I like that all the villains always have motivations, and I understand them. I see Avis has decided to get a new job here. 1, 2, 3. Is this all of them then? I'd hope so. You did it! You found all of me! I trust I upheld my part of the bargain and told you about more mighty Voidsent. Yeah. I learned about the past of Cagnaso and Rubicante. So, you've already crossed paths with them. Though the tales may not help you in the battle ahead, I dare say they gave you something to think upon. As mortals, then Voidsent, then Archfiends, then troubled souls fought with all their being, and now their fight is over. Well, I myself have only heard the tales from the others. If I am to make their feeling my own, I need to become whole again, which I can now do, thanks to you. Okay, what are you gonna turn into when you unify? Are you gonna become a big blob or something else? So, all of them are accounted for? Then by all means, let's have them return the way they were. Yeah. Okay, do the thing. Without further ado then, to me, myselves. Nope, that's so much worse. At last we're whole again. There's nothing we need. And nothing we need fear. And that with each of us experience since coming here, it is as if I had experienced it all for myself. I say it again, but this world is truly a fascinating place. I must see more of it. Yes, I must. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but now that it's a whole, I can't help but feel that it's more of a danger. Yeah, maybe we should have kept it in pieces. Yet with the undersea portal destroyed, there's no way to return it whence it came. What should we do now? What? This I see? Oh, it's a Voidsent. There are a few of them in that direction. More of my brethren made it over, it seems. Curious though, that this is much further than I can usually perceive. I can only assume my vision has improved. Could it be the accumulative effect of our experience then? What? It can sense its kind from a vast distance. Amazing! Such an ability would make the task of tracking down invading Voidsent a breeze. If the creature would agree to assist us in this manner, I am confident that I can convince my superior to forge a pact with it. Yeah, I think everyone would be happy with that. Oh, if it means I can remain in this world, then I'm glad to agree to that arrangement. I can't say how much I'm indebted to you, mortal. Working with this fellow here, I'll find a way to communicate with your kind and make myself useful. Thank you for everything. Yeah, they're gonna have to find some way to communicate, but then he could be super helpful. That was quite lovely. Also, absolutely amazing to get the lore. I will be on my best behavior until I for Pact. It's nothing short of a dream come true to be in this world, and I'll do whatever it's required to remain. With regards to communication, as the creature appears to understand our word, I believe I shall begin by teaching it letters. With some effort, I'm confident we'll be conversing ere long. I mean, letters or basic symbols or anything that could work. Abe's not here anymore. Wonder where he wandered off to. Anyway, that was pretty good. Oh, my light is like giving up on existence, but that is okay as well. This was really fun. So, we've done the MSQ now. We've done one of the side quests. Next weekend, we're gonna do the new raid, the Alliance raid. So if you want to join me for that, and especially if you want to like join the raid with me, you have to be on Chaos. Well, no, because you can also be now on Light, isn't it? You have to be able to get to the Chaos shards. And that way you can join me. It's going to be the same time on Sunday, and we're going to have so much fun. After that, we're going to play more of Final Fantasy IV. Did this make me want to play Final Fantasy IV more? Yes! Yes, I want to see more of like what they were doing there. It is really nice. I also noticed the girl in front of the wall. Her green attire really resembles one of the attires the Final Fantasy characters is wearing on the, like, in the trailer. Was it in the trailer? Yeah, I think so. There was one wearing green. Either way, I think it's all quite exciting. Not Rydia. It seemed to be like a grown-up woman. Maybe it is Rydia. I don't know. Honestly don't know. Either way, I'm gonna have to take a look at it. I am gonna go sort out dinner and get things ready for my work tomorrow. Next Friday, we're gonna play some horror game. I haven't decided on which game, so definitely join the Discord. And I would love some game ideas for horror games, which would be really nice. Let me see, Discord, there. Just click the link, it should take you straight to the Discord. And that can help me figure out which game we're gonna play. But for now, thank you so much for being here. This was so much fun. And I hope I see you next time. Bye bye.